The Anunnaki represent one of the most ancient, most complex, and most enduring theological concepts in the entire history of human religious thought. Their story begins not with a single moment of creation or a single act of divine will, but with the slow, patient accumulation of human understanding across thousands of years, expressed in the clay tablets of the world's first cities, preserved in the archives of the world's first temples, and transmitted through generations of scribes who copied and recopied these ancient texts with painstaking care, understanding that they were preserving something essential about the nature of the universe and humanity's place within it. To understand the Anunnaki is to understand the world's first civilization. The civilization of ancient Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers, situated in what is today the modern nation of Iraq, produced the world's first writing system, the world's first cities, the world's first law codes, the world's first literary compositions, and the world's first systematic theological speculation. Everything about this civilization was, in some fundamental sense, first, and at the center of it all, governing the cosmic order that made civilization possible, presiding over the divine assembly that determined the fates of gods and mortals alike, stood the Anunnaki. Their name itself reveals their essential nature. In the Sumerian language, the oldest written language in human history, the word Anunnaki derives from the components Anunna, meaning those of princely blood or offspring of the sky, and Ki, meaning earth. The Anunnaki were, in their most fundamental sense, those who connected the celestial heights with the terrestrial world below. They were the divine bridge between heaven and earth, between the cosmic and the human, between the eternal patterns of the stars and the daily rhythms of agricultural life that sustained the first urban societies. They were not simply gods in the way that later cultures would understand the term. They were the very structure of reality itself, given divine form and divine will, governing the fundamental forces that made existence possible and orderly and meaningful. The earliest written references to the Anunnaki appear in administrative documents from the Sumerian city of Nippur, dating to approximately 2500 BCE, though the religious concepts they represent are considerably older, reaching back into the prehistoric layers of Mesopotamian culture that preceded the invention of writing by many centuries. These earliest mentions are fragmentary and brief, appearing in contexts that suggest the Anunnaki were already well-established theological figures when writing was first developed, not new concepts being formulated for the first time, but ancient traditions finally being committed to permanent form. The scribes who first wrote these names on clay tablets were not inventing theology. They were recording what their ancestors had believed and transmitted orally across generations too numerous to count. The physical context in which Anunnaki worship developed was the alluvial plain of southern Mesopotamia, a flat, river-deposited landscape stretching between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they approached their confluence near the Persian Gulf. This landscape was extraordinarily fertile when properly watered, capable of producing agricultural surpluses that could support populations of unprecedented density for the ancient world. But it was also a landscape of profound environmental uncertainty. The great rivers flooded unpredictably, sometimes destructively. Rainfall was insufficient for dry farming and came at the wrong season. The soil was fertile but required constant irrigation to produce crops. The climate oscillated between extremes that could devastate harvests and threaten entire communities with starvation. It was precisely this combination of extraordinary agricultural potential and profound environmental uncertainty that gave rise to the theological sophistication of ancient Mesopotamia. A people living in a stable, predictable environment might develop simpler religious concepts, local nature spirits, ancestral deities, straightforward fertility cults. But a people living on the edge of environmental catastrophe, dependent for their survival on the precise management of complex irrigation systems that required collective labor and administrative organization on a scale previously unknown in human history, needed something more. They needed a theology that could explain the forces governing their world, that could provide frameworks for understanding why the floods came and went, why the harvests succeeded or failed, why some years brought abundance and others brought famine. They needed, in short, the Anunnaki. The city of Eridu, located at the southernmost edge of the Mesopotamian alluvial plain, near what was once the shore of the Persian Gulf, holds a special place in Anunnaki mythology and in Mesopotamian religious consciousness more broadly. Ancient tradition consistently identified Eridu as the first city, the place where kingship first descended from heaven, the location of the first temple, the original site of the connection between divine authority and human civilization. Archaeological excavations at Eridu have confirmed that it was indeed among the oldest urban settlements in the world, with occupation layers dating back to approximately 5,500 BCE, making it one of the earliest sites of continuous urban habitation ever discovered. What the excavations at Eridu revealed was a sequence of 18 successive temple levels, built one atop another over thousands of years. Each generation of worshippers constructing the sacred precinct directly above the ruins of their predecessors, maintaining an unbroken continuity of religious practice that stretched from the earliest Ubaid period down through the later historical eras documented in written texts. The earliest temples at Eridu were simple structures, little more than single-room shrines built of mud brick, but they already showed the characteristic features that would define Mesopotamian sacred architecture for millennia to come. The elevated platform, the altar niche, the orientation toward the cardinal directions that connected the earthly structure with the cosmic patterns of the heavens. These temples were dedicated to Enki, one of the three supreme deities of the Anunnaki hierarchy, the god of wisdom, fresh water, craftsmanship, and the fundamental intellectual capacities that make civilization possible. The choice of Eridu as Enki's primary earthly residence was not arbitrary. The city's location at the meeting point of the rivers and the sea, at the boundary between the fresh water that sustained life and the salt water of the cosmic ocean that surrounded and sustained the world, made it the natural seat of a deity whose authority encompassed both the practical knowledge of irrigation and agriculture and the deeper, more mysterious wisdom of the universe's fundamental ordering principles. But before we explore the individual deities who made up the Anunnaki hierarchy, we must understand the concept of the divine assembly itself, the cosmic institution that gave the Anunnaki their collective identity and their collective authority. The ancient Mesopotamians conceived of the divine world as organized on the model of an earthly city-state, with a ruling council of great gods who gathered in assembly to deliberate on matters of cosmic importance, a divine bureaucracy of lesser gods who administered specific domains and carried out the decisions of the assembly, and a vast workforce of still lesser divine beings who performed the routine labor necessary to maintain cosmic order. This hierarchical model of divine governance was not simply a theological abstraction. It was a direct reflection of the social and political organization that the Mesopotamians were developing for the first time in human history. The administration of complex urban societies with differentiated labor, hierarchical authority structures, and elaborate systems of record keeping and resource management. The divine assembly of the Anunnaki gathered in a cosmic space called the Upshukinna, described in ancient texts as the great courtyard of the gods, the place of assembly where destinies were determined and divine decisions were made. This assembly was presided over by the three supreme deities who governed the fundamental domains of cosmic existence. Anu, the sky god, sat at the apex of divine authority, his power expressed through the sheer remoteness and immensity of the heavens he embodied. Enlil, the god of wind and storm and the atmospheric forces that connected heaven and earth, served as the active executive of the divine assembly, the deity whose decisions most directly affected the terrestrial world and its human inhabitants. And Enki, the god of the fresh water depths and of wisdom and craftsmanship, provided the intellectual foundation for cosmic order, the technical knowledge and creative ingenuity that made the universe's elaborate machinery function. Below these three supreme deities stretched a complex hierarchy of lesser Anunnaki who administered specific aspects of cosmic order. The text known as the Praise Hymn of the Anunnaki, preserved in multiple copies from different periods and regions of Mesopotamia, describes the Anunnaki as numbering 50 great ones among their ranks, a number that in Mesopotamian symbolic thought represented completion and totality rather than a precise census. 7 among the Anunnaki held special responsibility for the determination of destinies, a cosmic function of supreme importance in Mesopotamian theology. These 7 decree fate gods served as an executive committee within the larger assembly, their decisions binding on gods and mortals alike, their pronouncements carrying the weight of cosmic necessity rather than mere individual preference. Anu's domain was the heavens in their totality, not simply the sky as a physical phenomenon, but the entire celestial realm as a theological concept, the space of divine existence that transcended the terrestrial world and its limitations. Cuneiform texts consistently describe Anu as dwelling in the highest heaven, removed from the daily administration of earthly affairs, but serving as the ultimate source of all divine authority and the final arbiter in disputes among the lesser gods. His power was expressed not through direct action, but through the cosmic force known as Anu power, a divine energy that he could bestow upon other deities in moments of crisis, temporarily elevating their authority to deal with challenges that exceeded their normal capabilities. This concept of delegated divine authority, of power flowing downward through a hierarchy from its ultimate source in the supreme sky god, reflected the Mesopotamian understanding of how legitimate governance worked both in the divine and in the human realm. The physical symbol of Anu's authority was the tiara, the horned crown that designated divine status in Mesopotamian religious iconography. The number of horn pairs on a deity's crown indicated their rank within the celestial hierarchy, with the highest gods wearing multiple sets of horns and lesser divine beings wearing fewer. Anu wore the most elaborate of all divine crowns, and his name itself came to serve as a determinative in the cuneiform writing system, a prefix applied to the names of all divine beings to mark them as members of the divine category. To write a god's name in ancient Mesopotamia was to begin it with the mark of Anu, acknowledging that all divine beings derived their divine nature from the Sky Father, who stood at the apex of cosmic authority. The cult center of Anu was the ancient city of Uruk, one of the oldest and largest cities of ancient Mesopotamia, located in southern Iraq between the great rivers. The Anu ziggurat at Uruk, built in multiple phases over centuries and reaching impressive heights above the flat alluvial plain, served as the physical representation of the cosmic hierarchy, each of its ascending stages symbolizing a different sphere of divine authority, from the earthly realm at its base to the divine heights at its summit. The temple complex at Uruk also housed the worship of Inanna, the great goddess of love and war, who would become one of the most important and most complex figures in the entire Mesopotamian pantheon. And the relationship between Anu and Inanna, father sky god and daughter goddess of earthly power and passion, became one of the central theological preoccupations of Sumerian religious thought. Enlil's domain was the wind and the storm, but in Mesopotamian thought, these atmospheric phenomena carried profound theological weight that far exceeded their physical significance. The wind connected heaven and earth, carrying divine messages from the celestial realm to the terrestrial world, embodying the breath of divine authority that animated all living things and set the cosmic machinery in motion. The storm represented the active power of divine will expressing itself in the natural world, the force that could destroy crops and flood cities, but could also bring the life-giving rains that made agriculture possible. Enlil was not simply a weather god in the limited sense that later traditions might understand such a deity. He was the lord of all terrestrial authority, the divine ruler whose decisions governed everything that happened beneath the sky, from the movements of armies to the productivity of fields to the fate of cities and kingdoms. His cult center was Nippur, the city that served as the religious heart of Sumer, even when it was not the political capital, the city whose temples housed the divine authority that legitimized all earthly rulership throughout the region. To be recognized as king in ancient Sumer was not simply a matter of military victory or political calculation. It required the approval of Enlil, expressed through the complex rituals and theological ceremonies performed at Nippur, and a ruler who lost Enlil's favor, who failed to maintain the temple in proper condition, or perform the required sacrifices, or uphold the divine order in their kingdom, could expect to lose their legitimacy, regardless of the size of their army or the wealth of their treasury. The texts preserved in Nippur's archives document with extraordinary detail the relationship between divine authority and earthly governance that characterized mature Sumerian civilization. The Tumal inscription, one of the oldest historical documents ever discovered, records how successive rulers restored and maintained Enlil's temple at Nippur, treating this obligation as the fundamental measure of their legitimacy and their connection to divine authority. The inscription names kings from different city-states and different periods, creating a continuous narrative of royal piety toward Enlil that stretches across centuries, demonstrating how central this religious obligation was to the concept of legitimate kingship in ancient Mesopotamia. Enlil's power over the fundamental forces of nature gave him authority not simply over the weather, but over the entire productive cycle that sustained human civilization. Sumerian hymns addressed to Enlil describe him as the Lord of abundance, the deity who controlled the flooding of the rivers, the fertility of the soil, the productivity of the livestock herds, and the health of the human population. When Enlil was pleased, crops grew tall, rivers ran at the right levels, animals reproduced successfully, and human communities thrived. When Enlil was displeased, drought scorched the fields, floods destroyed the irrigation systems, disease swept through the herds and the people, and the complex fabric of urban civilization began to unravel. This direct connection between divine favor and agricultural productivity was not a metaphor for the Mesopotamians. It was a literal description of how they understood the relationship between the divine world and the terrestrial one. Enki presented a different and in many ways more intimate kind of divine authority. Where Anu was remote and Enlil was awesome in his power, Enki was approachable and clever and creative, a deity who delighted in problem solving and whose relationship with humanity was characterized by genuine affection and a somewhat subversive willingness to circumvent the decisions of his divine colleagues when he felt those decisions were unjust or unwise. The texts that describe Enki consistently portray him as the most humanly sympathetic of the great gods. The deity who created humanity not simply as a labor force, but with a genuine investment in human welfare and a protective instinct toward the beings he had brought into existence. Enki's association with the fresh water sources that made Mesopotamian agriculture possible was expressed through his connection to the Abzu, the great underground ocean of fresh water that the Mesopotamians believed lay beneath the earth's surface, feeding the rivers and springs and wells that sustained human life. His temple at Eridu was built with its foundations extending below the ground level, symbolically connecting the sacred precinct with the Abzu below. And the temple was known as the Abzus, the House of the Deep Waters, a name that emphasized the connection between divine wisdom and the life-giving waters that flowed from mysterious depths beneath the earth. But Enki's association with water was also an association with wisdom itself, because in Mesopotamian symbolic thought, the depths of the freshwater ocean were the repository of all knowledge, all technical skill, all the accumulated wisdom that made civilization possible. The Mi were the divine decrees that governed all aspects of civilized existence, the cosmic instructions that specified how temples should be built, and how kings should rule, and how priests should perform their rituals, and how craftsmen should practice their trades. The Mi were kept in Enki's temple at Eridu, stored in the Abzu like treasures in a cosmic vault. And Enki's role as keeper of the Mi made him the ultimate source of all the knowledge and skill that sustained human civilization. The mythology surrounding the Mi provides some of the most vivid and humanly engaging narratives in all of Mesopotamian literature. The composition known as Inanna and Enki describes how the great goddess of love and war traveled from her city of Uruk to Eridu to obtain the divine decrees from Enki, who welcomed her with a magnificent banquet, and, in the generous spirit that characterized his dealings with humanity and with divine beings he favored, presented her with the Mi one by one as gifts of divine knowledge. The text lists the Mi in extraordinary detail, covering everything from kingship and the descent to the underworld, to the craft of the smith and the knowledge of the scribe, to the art of music and the techniques of warfare, creating a comprehensive catalog of everything that the Mesopotamians considered essential to civilized existence. The divine assembly that these three great gods presided over was not simply a gathering of powerful beings. It was a cosmic institution with elaborate procedural rules. formal modes of address, designated speaking roles, and binding decision-making processes that constrained even the most powerful deities. When the great gods gathered in the Upshukina to deliberate on matters of cosmic importance, they followed protocols that paralleled the human institutions of governance that were developing simultaneously in the world's first cities. Cases were presented formally, evidence was weighed, arguments were heard, and decisions were reached through a process of collective deliberation that required the participation and at least the nominal consent of the assembled divine council. This concept of divine governance through collective decision-making, rather than individual divine will, was one of the most distinctive features of Mesopotamian theology, and distinguished it sharply from the later monotheistic traditions that would emerge in the same region. For the ancient Mesopotamians, even the greatest of the gods was constrained by the decisions of the divine assembly, and the fundamental ordering principles of the universe were maintained not by a single omnipotent deity, but by the collective operation of the cosmic hierarchy. This theological model had profound implications for how the Mesopotamians understood justice, authority, and the relationship between individual will and social obligation. It was, in essence, a theological reflection of the political realities of the world's first cities, where complex societies required collective decision-making and institutional constraint of individual power in order to function. The divine assembly appears in the most important literary compositions of ancient Mesopotamia, from the earliest Sumerian myths preserved at Nippur to the great Babylonian epics that would eventually influence the literary and religious traditions of the entire ancient Near East. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the longest and most complex literary work preserved from ancient Mesopotamia, the divine assembly meets to deliberate on matters of cosmic justice, determining the fate of Gilgamesh and his companion Enkidu after they have challenged divine authority through their killing of the Bull of Heaven and the divine guardian Humbaba. The assembly's proceedings are described with careful attention to procedural detail, with different gods presenting different arguments and the final decision emerging through a process of collective deliberation rather than individual divine fiat. In the Atrahasis epic, the comprehensive account of human creation and the Great Flood that represents the most theologically sophisticated composition of the early Babylonian period, the divine assembly appears repeatedly as the central institution through which cosmic decisions are made and cosmic order is maintained. It is the assembly that decides to create humanity to relieve the labor burden of the lesser gods. It is the assembly that debates how to control the growing human population that threatens the divine order. And it is the assembly that ultimately decides to destroy humanity through the Great Flood, a decision that would have cosmic consequences for both gods and mortals, and that would require subsequent renegotiation of the fundamental terms of the relationship between the divine world and the human one. The story of human creation in Mesopotamian theology is not a simple narrative of divine generosity or even divine purpose. It is a complex theological reflection on the nature of labor, the relationship between the divine and the human, and the unexpected consequences of decisions made with incomplete understanding of their long-term implications. The account preserved in the Atrahasis epic begins not with humanity, but with a labor crisis in the divine world itself. Before humans existed, the work of maintaining the earth's fertility, digging the irrigation canals, building the temples, and performing all the agricultural and construction labor necessary to sustain the divine establishments was done by the Igigi, the lesser category of gods, who served as the divine workforce under the authority of the greater Anunnaki. For an immense period of time, measured in the cosmic units of Mesopotamian chronology, the Igigi performed this labor without complaint. But eventually, the burden of endless toil became intolerable. The Igigi organized what the text describes as the first labor strike in cosmic history, gathering their tools and setting them on fire, surrounding the temple of Enlil at Nippur in a nighttime demonstration that terrified the supreme god when he was awakened by the commotion and realized that his divine workforce had abandoned their duties in collective protest. The crisis required an emergency session of the Divine Assembly, summoned in the middle of the night to address this unprecedented challenge to cosmic order. It was Enki who proposed the solution. Rather than punishing the rebellious Igigi or finding some other way to compel their continued labor, Enki suggested creating an entirely new category of beings specifically designed to perform the labor that the Igigi could no longer be expected to bear alone. This new being would carry the yoke of the gods, performing the agricultural and construction labor that sustained the divine establishments, freeing the Igigi from their burden while ensuring that the essential work of maintaining the earth's fertility continued without interruption. The proposal was accepted by the Divine Assembly, and the process of human creation began. The technical procedure through which humanity was created reflected the Mesopotamians' sophisticated understanding of both biological processes and the theological requirements of divine creation. Enki and the birth goddess, Ninma, worked together to create the first humans from a mixture of clay and the blood of a slain god. The choice of blood as the divine component of human nature was theologically significant because it was blood that carried the divine intelligence, the capacity for rational thought and moral judgment that distinguished humans from other living things and made them suitable to serve as the earthly representatives of divine will. The clay contributed the physical form, the mortal body that could perform labor and experience the material world. But the divine blood breathed into that clay the spark of divine intelligence that made humans something more than simple biological organisms, beings capable of understanding and following divine commands, of participating in the ritual life that maintained the connection between the earthly and divine realms. The composition known as Enki and Ninma contains a more detailed and more humanly engaging account of the creation process than the Atrahasis epic, presenting the creation of humanity as a kind of divine experiment, conducted in the spirit of playful competition between Enki and Ninma after the initial successful creation of normal humans. In this composition, after the main work of creation is complete, the two deities celebrate with a banquet that includes generous quantities of divine beer, and in their festive state, they challenge each other to a creative contest. Ninma shapes from clay various kinds of physically or mentally imperfect humans, challenging Enki to find appropriate roles in human society for beings who are blind or lame, or who cannot speak. And Enki responds to each of Ninma's creations by finding them suitable occupations, or by healing their conditions. Then, Enki takes his turn as creator and produces a being so completely helpless that Ninma cannot find any social role for it at all. The creature cannot eat or drink, cannot control its bodily functions, and exists in a state of complete dependence on others for its survival. This creature represents extreme old age, and the theological point being made through the narrative is that even Enki, the wisest and most creative of the gods, cannot solve the problem of mortality and decline that is built into the nature of human existence. No matter how clever the divine craftsman, there are aspects of the human condition that remain beyond the reach of divine creativity to remedy. The theological implications of human creation extended far beyond the simple narrative of divine labor management. By creating humans with a component of divine blood, the gods had established a relationship of ontological kinship between themselves and their human creations that would generate both opportunities and complications throughout the entire subsequent history of divine-human relations. Humans were not simply tools or animals. They were beings who shared, however partially and imperfectly, in the divine nature. And this shared nature gave them capacities and aspirations that could not always be neatly contained within the boundaries of their designated role as divine servants. The most immediate and practically significant consequence of human creation was the development of the temple system, the elaborate network of religious institutions that served as the earthly residences of the gods, and as the administrative centers of the world's first complex urban societies. When the gods created humanity to serve them, they established specific earthly locations where this service would take place, choosing particular cities as their primary residences, and requiring their human servants to build and maintain the temples in which the divine presence would reside. This system of divine city patronage became one of the most distinctive features of Mesopotamian civilization, organizing urban life around the needs and requirements of the patron deity in ways that shaped every aspect of social, economic, and cultural existence. Each major Sumerian city was understood to belong in a fundamental sense to a particular deity, who had chosen that city as their primary earthly home, and whose presence in the city's temple was the source of the city's prosperity, its military success, and its cultural vitality. Nippur belonged to Enlil. Eridu belonged to Enki. Uruk was divided between the authority of Anu and the passionate, transformative presence of Inanna. The moon god Nanna presided over Ur, where the great ziggurat dedicated to his worship still stands in partial preservation after 4,000 years. Utu, the sun god of justice and truth, held Sippar and Larsa as his primary cult cities. And the goddess Inanna maintained important cult centers in multiple cities, her influence reaching far beyond any single urban establishment. The temple that served as a deity's earthly residence was not simply a place of worship in the modern sense. It was literally the god's house, the physical structure in which the divine presence chose to dwell in concentrated form, and maintaining it properly was a sacred obligation of the highest importance. The temple staff who served the deity were not simply religious specialists performing ritual functions. They were the god's household servants, responsible for every aspect of the divine household's management, from the preparation of the deity's daily meals, to the care and maintenance of the god's wardrobe, to the management of the vast agricultural estates and commercial enterprises that generated the wealth necessary to sustain the divine establishment in appropriate splendor. The temple economy was one of the most important institutions in ancient Mesopotamian society, controlling significant portions of the agricultural land in each major city, employing large numbers of workers in agriculture, craft production, and commercial activities, and serving as the primary vehicle for the redistribution of economic resources throughout the urban community. When the gods required a feast, the temple kitchens prepared food from the resources of the temple estates. When the gods required new garments for the cult statue that represented their physical presence in the sanctuary, The temple textile workshops produced the elaborate cloths from the wool of the temple flocks. When the gods required musicians to perform the hymns and liturgies that accompanied daily worship, the temple musical establishments trained and supported the specialized performers who could execute these complex compositions. The relationship between the divine patron and the human city was understood as a relationship of mutual obligation. The deity provided the city with divine protection, agricultural abundance, military success, and the various blessings that made urban life possible and flourishing. The city's human inhabitants, led by their king, were obligated to maintain the temple in proper condition, perform the required rituals at the proper times, provide the offerings that sustained the divine household, and conduct their affairs in ways that reflected the divine will and maintained the moral order that the patron deity had established. A city that fulfilled these obligations could expect divine favor. A city that failed them could expect divine punishment, expressed through natural disaster, military defeat, or the withdrawal of the various blessings that sustained civilized existence. Inanna occupies a special and particularly fascinating place in the Anunnaki hierarchy because her divine personality was more complex, more contradictory, and more humanly compelling than almost any other figure in the ancient Near Eastern pantheon. She was simultaneously the goddess of love and sexual desire and the goddess of warfare and combat, the patroness of the erotic pleasures that sustained human relationships, and the divine force behind the violence of battle that determined the fates of kingdoms. This combination of domains that might seem contradictory or incompatible to later sensibilities was not experienced as contradictory by the ancient Mesopotamians, who saw in Inanna's dual nature a reflection of the fundamental ambivalence of life's most powerful forces. The recognition that the same energy that drives the passionate desire between lovers is closely related to the aggressive drive that animates the warrior. The myths surrounding Inanna are among the most vivid and most theologically rich compositions in all of Mesopotamian literature. The composition known as Inanna's Descent to the Underworld describes the great goddess's decision to journey into the realm of the dead, the dark territory ruled by her sister Ereshkigal, the queen of the great below. The reasons for Inanna's descent are left somewhat ambiguous in the text, suggested variously as a desire to attend the funeral of Ereshkigal's husband, as an ambition to extend her own divine authority into the underworld realm, or simply as one of those cosmic impulses that drives divine beings toward experiences that lie beyond the normal boundaries of their existence. The journey downward through the 7 gates of the underworld, at each of which Inanna is required to remove one of her divine attributes and garments, leaving her progressively more vulnerable and stripped of her divine powers, is one of the most powerful symbolic narratives in all of ancient literature. At each gate, the gatekeeper demands that she remove something that represents her divine status and authority. Her crown, her lapis lazuli earrings, her necklace, her breastplate, her golden ring, her measuring rod, and, finally, her royal garment, until she arrives at the throne of Ereshkigal, naked and bowed low, a being who has voluntarily shed every mark of her divine identity and power. The descent is a descent into the condition of radical vulnerability, a stripping away of everything that separates the divine from the mortal. When Inanna stands before Ereshkigal in the heart of the underworld, the queen of the dead sets the eyes of death upon her sister, and Inanna dies, her corpse hung on a hook like a piece of discarded meat. The world above responds immediately to the withdrawal of the goddess of love and fertility. Nothing grows, no animals mate. The natural processes that sustain life come to a halt. The gods who observe what has happened from their celestial vantage point are powerless to intervene, because the laws of the underworld are different from, and in some important sense, superior to the laws of the living world. Only Enki, with his characteristic combination of wisdom and creative ingenuity, finds a way to intervene, creating two small divine beings from the dirt under his fingernail, so small and insignificant that they can slip through the underworld's defenses unnoticed, carrying the food and water of life that can restore the goddess to existence. The resurrection of Inanna and her return to the world above comes at a price that the theology of the underworld demands. Someone must take her place in the realm of the dead. For the underworld cannot be left without its proper complement of inhabitants. Inanna is accompanied in her return by demons who will take back to the underworld whoever she designates as her substitute. The narrative then becomes a search through Inanna's circle of divine and semi-divine associates for a being who has been improperly enjoying themselves during the goddess's absence, rather than mourning her descent. When she finds her husband Dumuzi sitting on a throne and dressed in splendid garments rather than wearing mourning clothes, as would be appropriate for a husband whose wife has died, Inanna angrily designates him as the substitute who will descend to the underworld in her place. The fate of Dumuzi and the arrangements made to soften the harshness of his permanent residence in the underworld become the subject of a rich cycle of myths that explore themes of love, loss, and the cyclical nature of the seasons. Dumuzi's sister, Geshtinanna, moved by deep love for her brother, offers to share his fate, spending half of each year in the underworld, while Dumuzi spends the other half in the world above. This arrangement explains, in theological terms, the seasonal cycle of Mesopotamian agriculture, the alternation between the growing season, when Dumuzi is in the world above, and the dry season, when Dumuzi descends and the world mourns his absence through ritual lamentation ceremonies. The sacred marriage ceremony represented the institutionalization of the relationship between Inanna and the reigning king of a particular city into a regular ritual event of cosmic significance. In this ceremony, the king took on the role of Dumuzi, the divine consort of Inanna, and was ritually united with the goddess, represented either by a high priestess serving as Inanna's earthly embodiment, or through some form of symbolic enactment, whose precise details remain debated among modern scholars. The ceremony was understood to renew the divine mandate for the king's authority and to ensure the continuation of the divine blessings of fertility and abundance that Inanna's favor conferred on the city and its people. The hymns composed to accompany the sacred marriage ceremony are among the most beautiful and most emotionally complex compositions in all of Mesopotamian literature. They express, with a directness and sensory vividness that has surprised modern readers, the intense, erotic nature of the divine union being celebrated, describing the physical beauty of the goddess, the desire she inspires in her divine consort, and the pleasures of the union itself in language that is entirely without the sense of shame or embarrassment that later religious traditions would associate with physical intimacy. For the ancient Mesopotamians, the union of the goddess of love with the divine king was a sacred act of cosmic renewal, and celebrating it with beautiful and explicit poetry was an act of religious devotion rather than a transgression of religious propriety. The mythology of Nanna, the moon god, reveals yet another dimension of the Anunnaki divine hierarchy. This one concerned with the measurement of time and the organization of the cosmic calendar that governed all aspects of divine and human activity. Nanna's monthly journey through the sky, growing from the thin crescent of the new moon to the full circle of the moon at its height, and then declining again to darkness before beginning the cycle anew, provided the fundamental rhythm of Mesopotamian timekeeping, the basis for the lunar calendar that organized religious festivals, agricultural activities, commercial transactions, and the administration of justice throughout Mesopotamian civilization. The city of Ur, one of the greatest urban centers of ancient Mesopotamia, served as Nanna's primary cult city, and the great ziggurat of Ur, dedicated to the moon. God's worship remains one of the best preserved examples of Mesopotamian religious architecture in the world today. Built during the third dynasty of Ur around 2100 BCE, the ziggurat rises in three massive terraces above the surrounding plain. Its brick construction still largely intact after 4,000 years, a testament to the engineering skill of the builders and the importance attached to providing an appropriate earthly residence for the divine patron of the city. The astronomical observations conducted by Nanna's priests at Ur and at other lunar cult centers throughout Mesopotamia led to the development of one of the most sophisticated astronomical traditions in the ancient world, centuries before the Greek astronomy that modern Western science tends to treat as the beginning of systematic celestial observation. Mesopotamian astronomer priests tracked the lunar cycle with extraordinary precision, developing mathematical methods for predicting the dates of lunar eclipses that were accurate enough to be used in scientific research today. They observed and recorded the movements of the visible planets, identifying them with specific deities of the Anunnaki hierarchy, and tracking their relationships to each other and to the fixed stars with patient, systematic observation that accumulated over generations into a body of celestial knowledge of remarkable sophistication. Utu, the sun god, administered cosmic justice in the theological understanding of ancient Mesopotamia, his daily journey across the sky from east to west, making him the ideal witness to all human actions and the appropriate divine guarantor of oaths, contracts, and legal obligations. The association of the sun with justice was not unique to Mesopotamia, but expressed itself there with particular theological elaboration, generating rich traditions of legal theology in which the divine sun god served as the ultimate source and guardian of the moral order that bound human society together. Legal documents from throughout Mesopotamian history invoke Utu as the guarantor of contractual obligations, threatening oathbreakers with divine punishment expressed through disease, poverty, and social disgrace that would be inflicted by the god who had witnessed the original agreement and would punish its violation. The famous law code of Hammurabi, the most complete legal document from ancient Mesopotamia and one of the most significant legal documents in human history, begins with a theological prologue in which the Babylonian king explains that Anu and Enlil appointed him to bring justice to the land and to protect the weak from the oppression of the strong. The famous stela on which the law code was inscribed depicts Hammurabi receiving the symbols of justice and truth from Shamash, the Babylonian name for the sun god Utu, establishing the principle that earthly justice derived from divine mandate, and that the king who administered justice was acting as the agent of the divine will, rather than exercising arbitrary personal authority. The relationship between the divine world and the natural world was understood in ancient Mesopotamia through a comprehensive system of divination, the reading of signs in natural phenomena as communications from the divine realm to the human world. This divination system encompassed observations of the movements of celestial bodies, the behavior of sacrificial animals examined after the offering, the shapes of clouds and the directions of winds, the behavior of oil when poured on water, the appearance of dreams and their symbolic content, and dozens of other categories of natural phenomena that could serve as vehicles for divine communication. The elaborate divination handbooks preserved in the libraries of Mesopotamian temples and palaces represent one of the most comprehensive and systematic attempts in ancient history to decode the language through which the divine world communicated with the human one. Divination was not, in the Mesopotamian understanding, a technique for predicting a fixed and unchangeable future. It was a system for identifying the divine will as it expressed itself in the present moment, and the value of that knowledge lay not in the passive acceptance of a predetermined fate, but in the opportunity it provided to take appropriate action to align human behavior with divine expectations, to perform the appropriate rituals, to make the required offerings, to correct whatever wrong action had generated the divine displeasure that was expressing itself through the ominous sign. The diviners who specialized in reading these signs were among the most respected and influential specialists in Mesopotamian society, serving as advisors to kings on matters of military strategy, political policy, and personal conduct. The crisis that would most fundamentally challenge the relationship between the Anunnaki and their human creation was the Great Flood. The flood narrative preserved in the Atrahasis epic and in the 11th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic represents the theological high point of Mesopotamian religious thought, the moment at which the implications of human creation were most fully worked out, and the terms of the ongoing relationship between gods and mortals were most explicitly renegotiated. The flood story is not simply a myth about a catastrophic natural disaster. It is a theological meditation on divine responsibility, human resilience, and the cosmic consequences of decisions made without full understanding of their long-term implications. The narrative begins with a problem that the Mesopotamians identified as a direct consequence of the success of human creation. Within a relatively short period after humanity was brought into existence, the human population had grown to such a scale that the noise of human activity was disturbing Enlil's rest. The cuneiform text describes how the land bellowed like a bull, and the god grew restless at their clamor, a description that for the ancient Mesopotamians was literally descriptive of the problem. The divine world and the human world were not fully separate realities. They overlapped and interacted in ways that made it impossible for the gods to ignore the consequences of human existence on the divine realm. Enlil's initial response to the problem of human noise and human proliferation was to send various catastrophes that would reduce the human population to manageable proportions without completely eliminating the species. He sent plague, working through the plague god Namtar to reduce human numbers through disease. When the plague was insufficient, he sent famine, manipulating the weather patterns and agricultural conditions to create widespread food shortages. But each time, Enki secretly advised the flood hero Atrahasis on how to deal with the catastrophe, providing instructions that enabled at least some portion of the human population to survive the divinely ordained disaster. This pattern of Enlil imposing catastrophes and Enki subverting them through clever intervention created an escalating theological crisis that eventually forced the Divine Assembly to take more radical action. The Assembly's decision to destroy humanity through a comprehensive flood was meant to be final and irreversible. And it would have been, except for Enki's intervention on behalf of the human he had warned. The technical cleverness of Enki's method of warning is theologically significant. The gods had sworn an oath among themselves not to reveal the flood decision to any human being. Enki honored the letter of this oath while violating its spirit by speaking not to the man directly, but to the reed house in which the man lived, addressing the wall of the dwelling, and trusting that the man inside would hear what the wall was being told. The instructions that Enki provided through this indirect method were comprehensive and technically detailed, specifying the exact dimensions of the vessel that would carry humanity and the animal kingdom through the flood, the materials to be used in its construction, the method of sealing it against the waters, and the procedure for loading the passengers who would survive the catastrophe. The construction of the ark was an enormous undertaking that required the full resources of the flood heroes community, organized and directed by a man who could not fully explain to his workers why this massive vessel was being built in the middle of the plain, far from any navigable waterway. When the flood finally came, its scope exceeded anything that either the gods or the humans had anticipated. The text describes how even the divine beings who had authorized the flood were terrified by its intensity, cowering in the highest heavens like dogs while the waters they had unleashed overwhelmed the world below. The goddess Ishtar wailed like a woman in childbirth at the destruction of the human beings she had helped to create, crying out that her people had been turned to clay. The flood, intended as an instrument of divine policy, had become a cosmic event that disturbed the divine world as much as the human one. After 7 days and 7 nights, the waters began to subside. The flood hero released birds at intervals to test whether dry land had appeared. And when the dove he sent out did not return, he understood that the waters had receded sufficiently for the vessel to come to rest on a mountaintop. The first act of the survivors after leaving the ark was to build an altar and offer sacrifices. And the text describes with almost gentle humor how the gods, who had been deprived of their daily offerings throughout the entire period of the flood, smelled the sweet savor of the burnt offerings and gathered around like flies. So eager were they to re-establish the relationship of sacrifice and sustenance that connected them to their human creations. The aftermath of the flood required a fundamental renegotiation of the terms of divine-human relations. Enlil's rage at discovering that Enki had subverted his flood plan was eventually overcome by the practical argument that Enki presented, that complete human destruction would have eliminated the worship and the sacrifices that sustained the gods, creating a divine world deprived of the service and sustenance it had come to depend upon from its human creation. The assembly reached a compromise that acknowledged both the legitimacy of Enlil's concerns about human population growth and the practical necessity of maintaining the human-divine relationship. The terms of the post-flood covenant between the gods and humanity introduced new mechanisms for controlling the human population that would prevent the same kind of explosive growth that had led to the flood crisis. Natural limits would henceforth be built into human existence in the form of infant mortality, the disease, natural disasters, and social institutions that would reduce reproductive rates. And the channels of divine human communication would be more clearly regulated, with the gods agreeing to make their will known through the established systems of divination and prophecy, rather than through direct, visible intervention of the kind that had characterized the pre-flood period. The transition from the early Sumerian period to the Old Babylonian period brought significant theological transformations that reflected the changing political realities of Mesopotamian civilization. The most dramatic of these transformations was the rise of Marduk, the city god of Babylon, from a relatively minor deity in the Sumerian pantheon to the supreme king of all the gods, a transformation accomplished through the theological argument preserved in the great creation epic known as the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish presents a comprehensive account of the origins of the cosmos and the establishment of the current divine order that both preserved essential elements of the older Sumerian theological tradition and adapted them to serve the needs and aspirations of Babylonian civilization. The epic begins before creation, in a time when nothing existed except the primordial waters, represented as the divine beings Apsu, the freshwater ocean, and Tiamat, the saltwater sea. Their commingling generated the first generation of gods, whose noisy and active existence eventually disturbed the primordial waters to the point of crisis. The more serious challenge came when Tiamat organized a rebel army of monsters and divine beings to destroy the younger gods, led by her consort Kingu, to whom she gave the tablets of destiny containing authority over cosmic order. The younger gods turned to their greatest champions and found each of them unable or unwilling to confront the chaos goddess in battle. Finally, Marduk offered to champion the younger gods against Tiamat, but on a condition. He would do so only if the divine assembly granted him supreme and permanent authority over all divine decisions. The assembly agreed, and Marduk advanced against Tiamat with an arsenal of divine weapons. The combat between Marduk and Tiamat is one of the most dramatically vivid passages in all of ancient Near Eastern literature. When Tiamat opened her mouth to swallow him, Marduk drove the hurricane wind into her open mouth, preventing her from closing it, and then split her enormous body in half with his spear. From the two halves of her body, he fashioned the heaven above and the earth below, establishing the fundamental structure of the cosmos that the Anunnaki would henceforth govern. After the battle, Marduk organized the divine cosmos, assigning specific responsibilities to each of the other gods, and creating humanity from the blood of the captured rebel leader Kingu to serve the gods and free them from the burden of their own maintenance. The establishment of Babylon as the home of the supreme god and the center of the cosmic order was the explicit political purpose of the Enuma Elish. By demonstrating that Marduk had achieved his supreme position through proven excellence in the most demanding test imaginable, the defeat of the primordial chaos that threatened to undo creation itself, the epic justified Babylon's political supremacy not as an accident of history, but as the expression of a cosmic principle. The 50 names of Marduk recited at the conclusion of the epic represent the process of theological absorption made explicit, each name corresponding to a divine authority or domain previously associated with one of the older Anunnaki that Marduk had now taken under his own divine sovereignty. The Assyrian Empire developed its own distinctive adaptation of the Anunnaki theological tradition that served the needs of an aggressively expansionist military state. The Assyrian national god Ashur was understood as a manifestation of the supreme divine power that governed the cosmos, his character shaped by the Assyrian cultural emphasis on military virtue and imperial expansion. The Assyrian king, who served as Ashur's earthly representative, was understood to be extending the boundaries of divine order against the forces of chaos and disorder, represented by all the peoples and territories that lay beyond Assyrian control. Every Assyrian military campaign was thus a religious act, a continuation of the cosmic battle that Marduk had waged against Tiamat in the Enuma Elish. The Assyrian royal library, assembled at Nineveh by the king Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BCE, represents perhaps the single most important cultural achievement of the Assyrian Empire. This comprehensive collection of the entire Mesopotamian literary and scholarly tradition preserved for future generations the theological, scientific, astronomical, and literary heritage of 3,000 years of Mesopotamian civilization. Ashurbanipal sent scribes throughout the empire with orders to copy every important text they could find, and the resulting collection of 30,000 or more cuneiform tablets and fragments included multiple copies of the great literary epics, comprehensive divination handbooks, astronomical observation records, medical treatises, mathematical tablets, and the religious hymns and prayers composed over millennia to honor the Anunnaki. The Neo-Babylonian Empire that replaced Assyrian dominance in the late 7th and 6th centuries BCE represented a conscious effort to revive and renew the classical Babylonian theological tradition. The king Nebuchadnezzar II devoted enormous resources to the restoration and expansion of the great temples of Babylon, particularly the temple complex of Marduk, known as Esagila, and its associated ziggurat Etemenanki, which may have been the structure that inspired the biblical account of the Tower of Babel. The scholarly activity that accompanied these religious restorations produced important new developments in Anunnaki theology, as Babylonian priests and scribes engaged in systematic comparison and analysis of ancient texts accumulated over thousands of years. The astronomical tradition that developed within Babylonian temple scholarship reached its highest level of mathematical sophistication during this period, producing computational methods for predicting the positions and movements of the planets that represented the most advanced scientific achievement of the ancient world. Babylonian astronomer priests, working in the service of the Anunnaki temples, developed what modern historians of science call mathematical astronomy, a system of computational procedures based on purely mathematical relationships between observable astronomical phenomena. This system could predict the positions of the moon and planets with remarkable accuracy, and the tablets on which these calculations are preserved are among the most sophisticated mathematical documents from the ancient world. The Persian conquest of Babylon in 539 BCE by Cyrus the Great brought the last Mesopotamian empire to an end, but did not immediately disrupt the religious traditions of the Anunnaki. The Persian kings presented themselves as legitimate heirs of the Babylonian tradition, maintaining the temples, supporting the priesthoods, and performing the rituals required by the theological framework of divine city patronage. The famous Cyrus cylinder presents Cyrus's conquest of Babylon as divinely authorized by Marduk himself, continuing the tradition of presenting political authority as an expression of divine will. The encounter between the ancient Mesopotamian religious tradition and the intellectual culture of ancient Greece generated some of the most intellectually interesting developments in the history of Anunnaki theology. Greek intellectuals who encountered Babylonian scholarship were confronted with a tradition that was in many respects as sophisticated as their own, but that operated from entirely different assumptions and used entirely different conceptual frameworks. The resulting process of intellectual exchange produced hybrid traditions that preserved essential elements of both the Mesopotamian and the Greek intellectual heritage, while transforming both in ways that would have long-lasting consequences for Western intellectual culture. The Babylonian priest Berossus, who wrote in Greek during the early 3rd century BCE, a comprehensive account of Babylonian history and religion for a Greek-speaking audience, represents one of the most important products of this cultural encounter. His Babyloniaca presented the Anunnaki creation myths, flood narratives, and historical traditions in Greek literary form, making them accessible to audiences who would otherwise have had no access to the cuneiform sources. His account of the antediluvian kings with their impossibly long reigns, and his description of the great flood and the divine being who preserved humanity through it, were read by Greek, Roman, and later Jewish and Christian authors who incorporated elements of this tradition into their own intellectual frameworks. The identification of individual Anunnaki with the gods of the Greek pantheon reflected genuine theological analysis of the domains and attributes of deities in different traditions. Marduk was identified with Zeus, the supreme king of the Greek gods. Nabu, the god of writing and wisdom, was identified with Apollo, the Greek god of prophecy and artistic inspiration. Nergal, the god of the underworld, was identified with Ares. These identifications were an early attempt at what modern scholars call comparative religion, the systematic study of the similarities and differences between the religious traditions of different cultures. The development of personal horoscopic astrology during the Hellenistic period represented one of the most significant ways in which Babylonian astronomical and theological knowledge was transformed by its encounter with Greek culture. Traditional Babylonian astronomical practice had been oriented primarily toward the prediction of events of cosmic and political significance. The Greek concept of horoscopic astrology, which used the positions of the planets at the moment of an individual's birth to predict the circumstances of that individual's personal life, combined Babylonian astronomical knowledge with Greek philosophical ideas to create a new system that was enormously influential throughout the ancient world and whose legacy continues to the present day. The Mandaean religious community, which emerged in the lower Mesopotamian river valleys during the early centuries of the Common Era, and which continues to exist today as one of the world's oldest religious minorities, preserves some of the most direct continuities with ancient Anunnaki theology. The Mandaean sacred texts, particularly the Ginza Arba, or Great Treasure, contain cosmological narratives that show clear structural relationships to the ancient Mesopotamian creation myths, with primordial waters, divine assemblies, and the creation of humanity by divine beings, playing central roles in the account of how the world came into existence. The rediscovery of ancient Mesopotamian civilization by modern Western scholarship in the 19th century CE represents one of the great intellectual adventures of the modern world. The decipherment of the cuneiform writing system, accomplished through the combined efforts of scholars working across several decades in the first half of the 19th century, opened access to a vast corpus of literary, historical, and theological texts that had been completely unknown to the modern world since the fall of ancient Mesopotamian civilization. The breakthrough came in 1802 when the German scholar Georg Friedrich Grotefend, working with copies of old Persian inscriptions from the ancient Persian capital of Persepolis, successfully identified a series of recurring royal names and titles, establishing the phonetic values of several cuneiform signs and demonstrating that the ancient script could be deciphered through systematic analysis. The work of Grotefend and his successors, particularly Henry Rawlinson, who risked his life on ropes above a precipice to copy the massive Behistun inscription of the Persian king Darius, gradually unlocked the cuneiform writing system in its various forms. The discovery that fundamentally transformed public understanding of ancient Mesopotamian religion came in 1872, when the British Museum scholar George Smith announced that he had found, among the cuneiform tablets recovered from Nineveh, a Babylonian account of the Great Flood that showed striking similarities to the account in the Book of Genesis. Smith's discovery of what would eventually be recognized as the 11th tablet of the Gilgamesh epic demonstrated conclusively that the flood narrative was not unique to the Hebrew tradition, but was part of a much older Mesopotamian literary heritage, opening a century and a half of scholarly inquiry into the relationships between ancient Near Eastern religious traditions and the traditions of Judaism and Christianity. The excavations of major Mesopotamian sites that followed brought to light an ever-increasing body of cuneiform texts and archaeological evidence that has transformed our understanding of the Anunnaki and of the civilization that created them. The excavations at Nippur, conducted by the University of Pennsylvania beginning in 1888, recovered more than 50,000 cuneiform tablets from the temple archives, including the most comprehensive collection of Sumerian literary texts ever discovered. The excavations at conducted by Leonard Woolley between 1922 and 1934, revealed the spectacular royal cemetery with its elaborate burial goods, demonstrating the extraordinary wealth and social complexity of the early Sumerian civilization that created the first systematic Anunnaki theology. Samuel Noah Kramer, who devoted his scholarly career to translating and interpreting the Sumerian literary texts recovered from Nippur and other sites, played a central role in establishing modern understanding of Sumerian civilization and its theological traditions. Kramer's identification of what he called the firsts of history among the Sumerian texts, including the first recorded law codes, the first schools, the first literary compositions, and the first systematic theological speculation, demonstrated the extraordinary importance of Sumerian civilization for understanding the origins of human cultural and intellectual achievement. The contemporary fascination with the Anunnaki that has generated an enormous popular literature reflects, in its distorted way, the genuine power and importance of these ancient theological traditions. The theories of writers who proposed that the Anunnaki were extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth in ancient times have been comprehensively rejected by professional scholars. But the popularity of these alternative interpretations speaks to a genuine human need to understand the origins of civilization and humanity's place in the cosmos, needs that the Anunnaki themselves were created to address in the very different intellectual and cultural context of ancient Mesopotamia. The ancient Mesopotamians who created and developed the Anunnaki theology were not primitive people, struggling to understand a world they found inexplicable. They were sophisticated, intellectually capable human beings grappling with the same fundamental questions that humans have always asked about the nature of reality, the origins of existence, the relationship between the divine and the human, the problem of suffering and injustice, and the possibility of meaning and purpose in a world characterized by uncertainty and impermanence. The answers they developed, expressed through the complex narratives and elaborate theological systems of the Anunnaki tradition, represent one of humanity's first and most sustained attempts to address these questions systematically. The legacy of the Anunnaki extends far beyond the boundaries of the Mesopotamian civilization that created them. The flood narrative that the gods of the Anunnaki Council sent upon humanity found its way into the Hebrew biblical tradition, where it became the story of Noah, and through that tradition has influenced the religious imagination of billions of people across more than 2 millennia. The concept of a divine council that meets to deliberate on matters of cosmic importance influenced the development of monotheistic theology in ways that scholars are still tracing. The astronomical knowledge developed by the priests of the Anunnaki temples passed through Babylonian, Hellenistic, and Islamic scholarly traditions into the foundations of modern astronomy, and the planet names that Babylonian astronomers gave to the wandering stars they identified with their gods persist in modified form in the astronomical nomenclature of the modern world. The language of ancient Mesopotamia, preserved in cuneiform tablets for 4,000 years in the desert soil of Iraq, speaks to us still of the gods who once filled the world with meaning and structure, who governed the floods and the harvests, who determined the fates of kings and cities, who created humanity from divine blood and clay to serve their needs and maintain their cosmic establishments. The Anunnaki were, in the most fundamental sense, the way in which the first urban civilizations understood their world. The theological framework through which the inhabitants of the world's first cities made sense of the forces that governed their existence and found their place within a cosmos that was vast, complex, and often threatening. That framework was not simply superstition or primitive ignorance. It was an intellectually sophisticated, culturally rich, and practically effective way of organizing human understanding of reality, one that sustained some of the most remarkable civilizations in human history for more than 3,000 years, and that left traces in every subsequent tradition that built upon the foundations it established. To understand the Anunnaki is to understand something essential about the origins of human civilization, about the way in which the first complex societies organized their relationship with the forces they could not fully control, and about the enduring human need to find meaning and structure in a universe that does not always offer them readily. Their story is still being uncovered, still being translated and interpreted and understood, emerging from the clay tablets of ancient cities that were buried for millennia beneath the desert sands of the land between the rivers. Each new discovery adds another dimension to our understanding of these ancient divine beings and the civilization that created them. Each new translation opens another window into the minds of people who lived 4,000 years ago and who faced the same fundamental questions about existence and meaning that we face today, who found in the Anunnaki a way of answering those questions that sustained their civilization through centuries of achievement and transformation and eventual decline. And so the story of the Anunnaki is not simply an ancient story. It is a human story, one that speaks to something deep and enduring in the human need to understand the forces that govern existence, to find structure and meaning in the complexity of the natural and social world, and to locate humanity within a larger cosmic order that gives individual life a significance that transcends the brief span of a single human existence. The ancient scribes who first pressed these stories into wet clay tablets in the world's first cities we're doing what human beings have always done and will always do, reaching toward the stars to understand the earth, seeking in the divine the meaning of the human, and finding in the great stories of creation and flood and divine counsel and human service a framework for making sense of the remarkable, difficult, precious gift of being alive. The Anunnaki sleep in their clay tablets, still, waiting for those who would listen to their long, quiet story in the hours when the world grows still and the mind grows ready to receive the ancient weight of all that has been known and lost and rediscovered across the long millennia of human striving. Their names echo through the corridors of time: Anu and Enlil and Enki, Inanna and Nanna and Utu, Marduk and Nabu and Ishtar, the divine assembly of the first civilization, the gods who shaped the world and were shaped by it in turn, who live on in the stories told about them and in the deep structures of thought and culture that they helped to create. Their legacy is the legacy of humanity's first attempt to understand itself and its world. And it is an attempt that still speaks to us across the vast distances of time, in the quiet moments before sleep, when the mind is open to the oldest questions and the most patient answers. Video production notes. Word count: approximately 20,000 words, at 125 words per minute, with natural pacing. Approximately 2 hours, 40 minutes narration, with ambient music and slow delivery. Expands to 3.5 to 4 hours total, 11 labs. Voice settings: voice, Daniel or Adam, deep, warm, measured British accent. Stability, 0.78, clarity, 0.62, style, 0.15, speed, 0.82, significantly slower than default. Mid-journey visual prompts. 1. Ancient Sumerian temple at golden hour, mud brick ziggurat, Mesopotamia, cinematic 8K photorealistic. 2. Cuneiform clay, tablet with ancient writing, close-up, soft studio lighting, archaeological photograph. 3. Ancient Babylon city at night, torchlight on stone, Ishtar gate in background, cinematic. 4. Sumerian creation myth, divine figure molding clay human, ancient relief sculpture style. 5. Great flood, ancient Mesopotamian art style, massive waters over ancient city, dramatic sky. 6. Ancient Nippur temple complex aerial view, alluvial plain, rivers, dusk lighting, cinematic. 7. Mesopotamian divine assembly, robed gods in golden hall, ancient relief style. 8. Enki god of wisdom, freshwater deity, ancient Sumerian art depiction, museum quality. 9. Inanna goddess of love and war, ancient Mesopotamian carved relief, museum lighting. 10. Ancient astronomer priest on ziggurat at night, stars above, Babylon below, cinematic. 11. Marduk defeating Tiamat chaos dragon, Babylonian art style, ancient relief sculpture. 12. Cuneiform library tablets rose in British Museum, soft lighting, scholarly atmosphere. 13. Eridu ancient city reconstruction, world first city, palms and canals, golden hour. 14. Mesopotamian sacred marriage ceremony, temple interior, ancient Sumerian art style. 15. Archaeological excavation of ancient tablets, Iraq desert, historians working, documentary style.